Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are reliving the adventure that is Distraint 2, as we try to find the last 2 missing trophies. Let's see if we can find out what they are. But first, let me greet my wonderful viewers in the chat. Congratulations, Schmoozer, for being the first. And also, thank you for joining so early on. Let's see, oh, a stretch and a hydrate as well? It's a nice way to start a stream, with a cup. You guessed it, tea. So, today we are returning to Distraint 2, and here's a bit of an interesting tidbit about this game, let's call it. Or maybe more specifically about this series. You see, I played Distraint on stream and it took me quite a few tries to get all of the trophies. With this game, I only played it through once and I already have most of them. Which can mean two things. One, I got considerably better at hunting trophies. Or this game has a different concept about trophy requirements. Now, as much as I would love to say it is the former, it is not. So you see, I checked before starting the stream. The first game had 17 trophies. And from those 17 trophies, one was the platinum, and 9 of them, as far as I can tell, are story-related non-missable trophies. Meaning, if you play through the game, you will get 9. Alright. That leaves us with 7. And those 7 trophies were, as far as I can remember, all playing with the idea of using the wrong object on something in the environment. Let's actually look at an example. So one such example, I think the first one in the game, is when Price wants to get his morning coffee. However, there is no water. Now, the way you should go about it is get some water from a bucket, which he keeps, I do believe, in his bedroom, since there is a leak in the roof, so he's making coffee from rainwater. Not necessarily sanitary, but it's still better than the alternative, being that you are so desperate for your coffee that you try to get some water from the toilet. Now, that is actually the requirement of the trophy, trying to get some water from the toilet. Now, these do not affect the story. So even though you can make these choices and get, I do believe in all of the cases, a unique response from Price in the game, nothing will change. And how that is possible is rather clever from the developer's part. What he did was, in this case, Price will say, once instructed to get the water from the toilet and make a coffee from it, he will just simply say that he's not that desperate. And so you need to find the right way to get the water from the bucket and move on with the story, but making this quote-unquote wrong choice will reward you with a trophy. Now this game is different. Oh, welcome in, Elior. You joined my stream 50 times, and I'm assuming you are celebrating the 15th time or 50th time with a nose boop. Interesting way to celebrate, but I guess thank you. And also, Schmoozer, thank you for the lovely heart, both the message and the artwork. How are you doing? Aw, already booped. Yes. I've joined more, but couldn't do check-in because I had less than 13 points. Wow. You really use all of your points up. Wait. Wait a moment. I started streaming 12 minutes ago. And you didn't have 13 points back then. But now you have 600 to boop me? I think an average viewer can gather 220 points in an hour. So I feel like that it's not necessarily about your number of points, but rather how you choose to spend them. Oh, you're tired, schmoozer. I don't like to save them. Yes. I did this time. Oh, well, maybe if you put some points aside for checking in instead of booping my nose. You see? It's resource management. You can't spend all of your resources on booping. I left the stream on last time and fell asleep, I think. Had only 4 points before passing out. I see. Well, at least I hope you got a good sleep. Mood, I slept a lot. Oh, really? Was it refreshing? I could give you half of my points. Oh, goodness. This is turning into a black market of points for booping. I can't let that happen. Also, Twitch Mobile kinda sucks sometimes. I've gone entire 5+ hour streams without getting any points. Oh goodness, you got scammed. The only problem, I don't think I could give anyone points. As far as I know, that is impossible. I could give back points you spent, but not just any free points. 41k points should be enough for booping the Dreadist. 41,000 points. No, that's too many booping. No, my poor nose. No, stop it. Even the idea is too much. No. Now that is much nicer. It was not refreshing, it was more like you're getting screwed up. In your sleep? Wow. Even sleep is not too nice to you. You see, madness sometimes leads to trophies, and hopefully the same thing will happen today because we are hunting trophies. So as I was saying, this game is different from the previous one because there 7 trophies were missable. Now in this game, it's quite different. So you see, this one is story related, this one is story related, this. I think this is also story related, this. These are all story-related trophies, all of them. All the way up to completing the epilogue, which is interesting because in the first game, based on rarity, you had some missable trophies sprinkled in amongst the story-related unmissable ones. Here, that's not the case. All of the missable ones are rarer than playing through the entire game, meaning they might be a bit more difficult to get. Failure? Aw, you didn't need to get a trophy based on me. You're not a failure. But if it makes you feel any better, it's a gold trophy. And indeed, failure is fail in the game, which is an interesting idea. Because in the first game, I actually had this idea for a trophy once. What if I die? But that wasn't too difficult to do, honestly. And you got a few chances to do it in the first game. In this one, you have to be a bit more dedicated to the cause, because there's only one time in the game when you can actually die, as far as I know. And I have to say, I got it right for the first time. And by that, I died right away. Mostly because I forgot that there is a run button. But I got a trophy for it, so it was all worth it. I think we got ran over by an elephant. Yay. Stop talking yourself down. Exactly. Exactly. No. Oh, look at that adorable little flask being a protein. Oh, that's so adorable. Yes, well, it's kind of funny how Schmoozer says that when pretty much all the time she is selling herself short, but I just somehow have to convince people that they are wonderful as they are. I am short. Exactly. And that's why you shouldn't try so hard to sell yourself short. There's no point to it. You already are. You are adorable as you are, a tiny schmoozer. So, one trophy was to fail the game, which I successfully did. The second we have here is catching at least 5 fish, which I suspected the moment we got the chance to fish and I could continue after catching the first fish. I had this idea, what if there's a number of fish I should catch here? And funny enough, Schmoozer predicted the number. She said based on the time the player needs to spend catching one fish, it will be 5, and it turned out to be 5. So I will say that Schmoozer is really clever and obviously didn't check any guides. But we are missing the 2 rarest ones. Yay. So, we have to figure out what those are. Dread, I worked the whole last night on my stream layout. New streaming layout. Sorry, I kind of got caught up on the part about you spending the whole last night doing anything other than sleeping. You see, that there is this old school idea, not sure if you heard about it before, that people sleep during the night and work during daytime. You know, it's a really old idea. Back in the day, without electricity, people had to rely more on the light provided by the sun, but I see you are not concerned about that anymore. No, guys, I had to do something during this. Ooh. So you are clever. Well, she admitted it. You heard it here first. The issue was I was tired because of stress, so I slept from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Well, let me try to calculate that. So that's a 6. That would be 1 hour, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, you see, even if I am really generous, that is 5 hours tops. And you would need at least 8 hours of sleep. daily, I think. Maybe for a schmoozer it's even higher. And it's also winter. I don't know if schmoozers hibernate or not. Based on the fact that you are here, I think not. I force myself to stay awake till at least 10 p.m. to sleep. I love schmoozers' never-ending quest to unfuck her sleep schedule. It really never ends. Otherwise, I will have the all-nighter sleep schedule again. Summer hibernation is a thing. I never heard about anything or anyone hibernating during the summer. That's an interesting idea. That's like the opposite of a reptile? How very particular. Me is sensitive to heat. That's also good to know. So that means, dear hunters out there, if you happen to catch a schmoozer, a light shimmer is recommended. No high heat. It's a long process of cooking, but it's worth it for the taste. So, let's go. Well, I guess the idea is if you want to keep Schmoozer at the perfect temperature, you have to give her plenty of hugs. That's about the right temperature, I think. So, let's see what can we do here. Not much. Ouch! Wait, did I get that because of the hugging part or the cooking part? Because for the cooking, it had a really long delay. And for the hugging, I'm not sure why I deserve that. Oh. True. Yeah, so now I'm a bit confused. I'm getting mixed signals over here. Ow! You can't just take Zab's job with throwing bricks. But hey, at least my windows are alright. That's good. I'm so tired of replacing them. Yet. Don't you dare. So let's go. Let's start a new game and let's see what we can do. The bricks are back! You're right, eh? The bricks never left. They were here from the get-go. So apparently, there is no skipping the intro. That's not something I can do. But that's fine. Now this time around, I'm not really focusing on the story, even though the game definitely has a really interesting story and it gets much more philosophical compared to the first one, which was still serious in tone, but more grounded in reality and events happening around and with the main character, as opposed to in his head. And his heart. Don't tempt me with testing your windows. So now I'm tempting you. Somewhere beyond part 1. So the idea here is we need to... Me's out for chaos right now. Oh, you're in the mood for some chaos? Well, I hope you have plenty of chaotic ideas, because I might need them later on. You see, in the first game, because I managed to get a few missable trophies, I was able to form a kind of framework I could work with. So all of the trophies, as I mentioned, had to do with interacting with the environment while using the wrong items. So let's say there was a door that was locked. I needed the key for it. So what I did, I tried to gather every item that I could in that area before opening the door, and I used all of those items on the door, just not using the right one, the key. And that way I could find a few trophies. Well, the last one I couldn't, actually. Even though it wasn't an exception to the rule, I just completely overlooked it. Now here, however, we only have 2 trophies out of the 4, so we have a smaller sample size overall, and that makes it tricky. Because one was fail, and one was to catch fish. Now, based on that, we need to obviously do something that you can miss by just normally playing through the game. Even though, now that I think about it, if you get a trophy for failing, maybe you get one for not failing. And because during a playthrough you can only get one of them, both of them become missable. Maybe not arson, but crime brulee. Ooh. Wait, who was talking about arson? First you want to break my windows, now you want to set me on fire. No matches for you. You know the rules. Crime brulee, delicious. It goes great with a bit of mischief. Ooh, some mischief on the side. I do like mischief, it's a nice word. But matches? No. No matches for you. If you want any kind of matches, then go on a dating app or watch some boxing. I'm slightly mischievous. Are you? I had to see that side of you. But I can create fire with rocks. I'm fine. Well, first of all, that still takes more effort than lighting a match. So hopefully it will tire you out. And 2, hopefully you find the wrong kind of rocks. No Tinder for schmoozer. And by that I mean the Tinder boxes. Oh goodness, if you played Amnesia, the whole castle would go up in flames. So what can we do that is out of the ordinary? Why are you so mean? I'm trying to keep you from setting yourself on fire. Now you might think that is mean, but I am just trying to consider your safety. I love to play with fire. Why do I think you know that song? Crime brulee. No, there was a really good line in that song. What was it? Queen of the Rockers, you are. So, what can we do here that we haven't done? No, I tried to go and leave every area that I could, running into this black mist that surrounds every place that we visit in this game, but I could never find anything and I could never actually leave, so I won't be doing that again. Good morning, Reason. Or maybe it's evening, who knows. So I don't have anything here. I can't much do anything but talk to him. Yes, 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 yes. This is really serious, but we are trying to get trophies here. Now, another difference in this game that suggests to me that the trophies will be slightly different from the previous game is the fact that most of the time when I try to use the wrong object on something, I didn't get any kind of audible response from Bryce. He only shakes his head, signaling that I'm an idiot. Now let's see. Maybe I can follow reasoning to the nothingness. Maybe there would be a hidden conversation with the character if you follow them, so why not? Let's go. Oh yes, that is from the song. I don't remember its title, I have to say. I love the smell of gasoline. I light the match to taste the heat. Chase him! He's going away slowly. I can actually still hear him slowly pacing away. But not much we can do with good old reason here. Where it all began. Okay, so let's try everything we can. Nothing here. The title is Play with Fire. Ever so simple. Maybe I will have to add it to my list of daily songs. Or Christmas schmooze behavior. That is fitting. That is fitting. That could be a Christmas song. Okay. So this time around I didn't start from the left. The leftmost door and proceeded to knock on all of them. I actually started with the last one and that allowed me to skip ahead. Also really nice animation how all the pieces of the wall fall down here. That was me some years ago. That was some of you some years ago actually. Interesting, I can still try to knock on the doors. Even though there is no point. Now can I go back to the previous area? It wouldn't make much sense. And no, I cannot. Oh, thank you for the other hydrate and stretch. Let me do that. So the idea here is to try whatever I haven't done before and try to figure out what is an action in this game that most players would miss. And that is actually why I decided to call today's stream untraveled roads, since that is what we are after. You've been following me since August 8, 2024. So it's around 1.5 years? Yes, should be tomorrow. Oh, thank you for offering some cheese to the kin. They are delighted. Why am I here? Good question. Cheese! Yes, cheese! Some nice cheese. You like cheese? Oh. I'm pretty sure my kin already like you a lot then. There's no doorway here. That's fine. Now here's one thing. This game has a weird idea regarding saves, and that is an old school idea that you have to save manually. There is no autosave, and I could think of playing through the entire game without saving, since you can't really die. But I'm not sure if that's worth the try. Been a while with the random lyrics. Yes, it certainly has been. And I will have to add more lyrics, since last year I stumbled upon this idea on Blue Sky because of a fellow streamer posting one song every day, and I started doing that this year with a bit of the lyrics quoted, so I might be able to add those. But let me see this. Let Her Go by Passenger. A really nice song in my own opinion. And it's really cleverly written, because it shows how people can forget to appreciate the good in their lives, only figuring out what is or was important to them once they lose it, which is a quite human thing to do. As they say, it's really easy to get used to the good things, but to read the longer version of this entire chorus part, it says, let me find it quickly. Well, you only need the light when it's burning low, only miss the sun when it starts to snow, only know you love her when you let her go, only know you've been high when you're feeling low, only hate the road when you're missing home, only know you love her when you let her go, and you let her go. It's a really nice song, but putting the love part aside, I don't think I have a clip comment, to be perfectly honest. I don't think it works, because you can set that it records or saves the last 30 seconds or so, but it's tricky to get just the right part, and I actually tried it on other people's streams, and it just couldn't get what I wanted. Also, it's interesting, because maybe I have a bad sense of time, but I can't exactly gauge how long 30 seconds is. That is probably because I'm just bad with time overall. Will clip it myself! Oh, goodness. But yes, back to the lyrics. It's really interesting, because if we put the love part aside, which is obviously important in this song, it shows some rather interesting comparisons with things that are easier to understand. So for example, how you need light when it's burning low, when it's dark. And that's interesting, the dynamic of light and darkness, which is something that appears rather frequently in horror. It's fascinating to me because people seek light. For example, in horror games, it provides some comfort. But as they say, shadows only exist because of light. And in this case, it tells you that, well, you really only start to appreciate and seek out the light when there's a lack of it. And then it goes on with the sun and the snow, the warm and the cold. And another interesting part is only knowing you've been high when you're feeling low. And if we don't get into the other meanings of high, that is something to think about, because when you're feeling well, you really rarely realize it. Only once things go wrong do you look back and say, oh, those were the good times. But it's also interesting because of nostalgia, because the good old times, even the phrase, is used by many individuals, mostly older ones like I am. And it's not always true, because you might say that 10 years ago it was so nice, but if someone asks you 10 years ago, the past you probably said, well, it's not that great. And there's two ways to look at it. One is you just didn't appreciate how good it was, in a way, which can be the truth, or it just got worse. And that's, in my own opinion, important to consider, that just because it can be worse doesn't mean that it is good. And that's one of the reasons why I'm rather critical of games and certain things, because people say, well, this is the best, let's say, game that released in a long time. That doesn't mean it's good. It only means that it's better than what usually releases nowadays. And that's a big difference. And the line about hating the road when you're missing home, I would say is maybe a reference to the musicians in the band, actually, because they have to travel a lot for tours and concerts, and it's true that you can't necessarily get homesick when you are home all the time. Now let's see. Done! Yay! I got a clip. Wait, the heart has a belt? To be skinny? I have a belt too, and I'm already skinny. Never saw it that way. Looks like I have to rework it. Now, it's actually interesting with the heart, because Schmoozer designed the emoticon herself without asking me anything. And it's fascinating to me to see what elements of my appearance she deemed to be either the most important or the easiest to recognize. And those two are apparently my belt and my necklace, which is interesting. No, it's also true it's an emoticon, so maybe my symbol on my hood couldn't necessarily be featured because it would be too tiny to see. Now it looks great like that. It does. You are skinny. Yes, thank you. I am aware. You don't want to know the exacts. But let's say that my model is true to the fact. The symbol is on the belt. That is true. But I don't think anyone can see it in the actual emoticon. Again, because of the size limitation. Or maybe it is just because I have a bad eyesight. And yes, those are some lovely emoticons there as well. And that's interesting to see the two different versions, because they are not that different. But when you look at them, they feel wildly different to me, at least. Same with the symbol on the trophy. Oh yes, the trophy has the symbol as well. You will not see it. And that's one thing. That's my problem with emoticons on Twitch. Even though it is a really fun idea, emoticons have to be extremely simplified to work. And the original emoticons, the yellow circular face with the smiley and all that, that is extremely simple. It's the same way with the old internet day written emoticons, so to say, that I still like to use, like the XD. Those are extremely simple, and so you can read them and see them no matter the size. But when it comes to streamers, it's really difficult to take any design and turn it into an emoticon that you can actually see. And I've seen countless streamers who have brilliant emoticons, but you cannot see a darn thing when they are posted in the Twitch chat. That's why I like my chat on my stream in the actual video, because if you post a emoticon separately, they appear a bit bigger. And even that doesn't do them justice, to be perfectly honest. And when I commission my emoticons from Linkberry, I noticed pretty quickly that you won't see all the details. You just won't. And that is the reason behind my posts on Blue Sky with the dictionary entries and the riddles, why I included those emoticons, because I realized they could work brilliantly as these little chibi illustrations, because they have the details. So why hide them in these tiny pixelated forms? Some people do a lot of detail in an emoticon, and I'm like, honey, it's going to be seen in a 28 by 28. Yes, I didn't know the exact size, but yes, I still think that's way too tiny. But I guess Twitch is for the youth, and they can still see pixels. I can't. I really can't. I was faced with that realization the other day, because I dug up an old idea of mine that requires a lot of calculations and precision, and so I started drawing it, and I had to be accurate to 0.5 degrees, and I was looking at the ruler and the compass, and I was just guessing, like, where are the lines? Where are the lines? I can't see them, they are all blurry. Yeah, don't ask me how I know that, right? Well, for the record, Urites' emoticons work much better than mine, because his emoticons are pixel art to begin with, and they are not as, I don't want to be complex, but what they want to show is smaller. So you have a flask, and most of the time the facial expression is most of the image. Whereas let's look at one of my emoticons. In the chat, if you don't know what you're looking at, you might not figure out what is happening there. On my stream, you can see the actual cup. But I think that is because the emoticon is not only a head, it's pretty much a waist up illustration. And you cannot do that in 28 pixels. They can be seen in 28, and also double and 4 times the size, 58 and 112 size. I know those measurements by heart at this point for, well, reasons. Yes, when you upload to Twitch, especially with the redeems, you are required to provide those measurements, well, not measurements, but those sizes with the image. Except, interestingly, with the emoticons, Twitch can do the work, and with the redeems it cannot. Don't ask me why, I still don't understand. But the problem is, I don't know where the higher resolution versions are used. I don't know. And I don't think there is a setting in the chat that would say, hey, I want my emoticons to be bigger. Yeah, Twitch can auto scale in emoticons, nothing else for some reason. That is especially weird for me because I use emoticons for the redeem icons, so they are the exact same thing. But that's how it is. Oh, look at that! That's a quote from Schmoozer. I've always enjoyed being around fire. Right? Right, it's silly of them. I guess it's something to do with the website architecture, or they just wanted to minimize the load of the servers for resizing things. And I mean, it's not terribly difficult for me to resize them. I think it's a bit trickier with pixel art, because I heard that pixel art is really finicky to keep it sharp, so a pixel actually remains a pixel and doesn't just turn into a blended blurry mess. And you have the badges for subs and bits, which are 18 by 18, and that is where I kind of give up. I cannot imagine any kind of illustration that would work within those restraints if it's not pixel art. So the funny thing is, if you go back to Super Mario, I think the entire sprite of Mario could fit within 18 by 18. And I guess it would be recognizable as a badge. But if I ask anyone to make an illustration and then I just rescale it to that really tiny size, it will be terrible. It's not going to work at all. So actually, badges are one of the things that I just purchased a pre-made set and not commissioned anything for it, because I couldn't imagine any kind of idea that would work. But again, my art, I don't want to say preferences, but how I think is always closer to reality. So if I have an idea for a commission, I always have some insane details that you couldn't put into a small size. So let's say the heart. If you look at the heart emoticon in the really tiny version, you probably think it's just a heart shape, because it is. But I wanted the realistic touch. So in the chat, you will not see it. You will just see that's kind of like a heart shape, and that's it. So if I asked you to turn this into a pixel art, I don't think it could possibly work. Mario is 16 pixels high? Wow. I didn't know he's that tiny, but I mean, it makes sense because he can fit into all the tubes. Actually, now that I think about it, was it ever explained if the tubes are really big or Mario is really tiny? I don't know, I never really played any Super Mario games, so it's a bit like with Pokemon. I don't know a lot. Very realistic, yes it is. Linkberry made it work somehow. At least it's recognizable. All of your emoticons are recognizable and absolutely brilliant. I think it is what it is, and we don't get explanations. Yes. I don't know why I did that. Hey yo, welcome in. Welcome in, Lily. How are you doing? We just broke the shower. Don't worry about it. Can't do anything here. Use an item. So as you can see, if I want to use an item, Price will just shake his head. No other reaction. Okay. Thank you. So now I'm going to try to use this pipe on absolutely everything. Now I think I already did this, but let's try to do our best. What can I use this on? Huh? Not here. Now in this game, the focus, or the balance rather, from puzzle and storytelling shifted a bit. And the puzzles, and especially the number of items we get access to, is lower. There's a big emphasis on the story this time around, so I don't really get to try out that many combinations. And actually here the only combination I have is this, I think. I still don't know how Price manages to put that huge rod into his pants. And you see, because I'm still using the rusty pipe, I can't even pick up this item. I have to switch to an empty inventory spot. Don't ask that. Why shouldn't I ask that? I just asked how he can hide that huge rod in his pants. I think that made perfect sense. Do you really need to ask how a man can put a rod into his pants? I mean, if the rod is longer than the height of the man, yes, I do need to ask that. What the hell is this? Looks like a washer dial. Now I'm not sure what kind of an old school relic washer dial this is, that it survived being in a fire. Because I'm pretty sure every single washer dial these days are made of plastic, and it would have just melted. So let's put it back. No, I can't. Then it's magic. Yeah, it's a telescopic rod. But then again, aren't all those rods in men's pants telescopic? That sounded so wrong out of context. Don't worry, it sounded pretty wrong even in context. It's a Nokia washer dial for sure. Nokia can withstand anything. That is true. Nokia can withstand anything. Even fire, which is pretty impressive. I guess that shows that plastic can be pretty strong if half of the materials are not left out for price concerns. So I try to use this washer dial everywhere, but this is the only place I can use it. Now let's try to use this rusty pipe here. I already tried. Press and hold up and down to turn the washing machine dial. So here we have a puzzle, right? Now can we do something different here? Price says nuh-uh. Yes, he does that a lot. Yippee! 5 streams 3. Congratulations, Lily. So this puzzle works on the same idea as an old school safe works, except it's not always going back and forth. So here I have to turn it to the left and then right. And now I would just go back to the left, but I have to go further to the right, I think. And now I messed it up, so I have to start again. And actually, interestingly, you can go one tiny step over without resetting the entire thing. But I couldn't do anything here. Time to hide. Now the question is, can I leave the hiding spot? No, I can't. So once I hide, I can't leave. Also, look at all that toilet paper up on the top of these cabinets, I would say. Okay, let's examine. Let's see. An ice cube. This feels way too familiar. Here's the thing. If you find an ice cube inside of a washing machine, something is wrong. Now I can't use anything on the washing machine or anywhere else. And I lost my washer dial. What was that? 2020 wants to know their exact location. Can I use this here? No, I can't. Again, throughout the entire game, we are only looking for 2 instances where we can do something out of the ordinary. And that makes it a bit trickier than the first game, because there we had 7 of these. And actually I found at least one, I think, one case where I could use an item and I got a special response from Price, but it didn't give a trophy. So there you could use the logic that, let's say there are 2 hidden little Easter eggs in every chapter or episode. Here, for the entire game, which is slightly longer I think than the first one, you only have 4. Okay. Get your rod out. Put it back. And get this. A key, but where does it fit? But here's the thing. Once again, I don't think I can use the key anywhere out of the ordinary. In a keyhole. You're a genius. Indeed, it fit into this keyhole. Usually keys go there. Oh, there are some tricky keys, you see, and they can go in all sorts of holes. Oh man, where am I even going? I don't know, but before I leave, let me look around. I still have my rusty pipe. I guess it's rusty because it hasn't seen much action lately. Like a keyboard? There are lots of keys in a keyboard. Yes! Yes, you are correct. Can I hit you over the head with this pipe? Oh, wait, maybe this will work? No, but I want to. Okay. So he was Greed, I do believe. But Price manages to actually send him away for a bit with the help of our old buddy. Wait for it. Reason. Greed, are you trying to meddle again? Yes, indeed. Greed is not a good thing. Not. You can see it in this game. And on that note, maybe I should mention that I have a Tron page. Okay, now where do I go next? I have short legs, no matter what, I'll never reach it. Oh my goodness, another quote from Schmoozer. Well, let's use our rusty pipe, because, as they say, one size fits all. And it is apparently a multi-tool. Good for all kinds of things. Sticking it in fire, reaching hard to reach places. This game is getting concerning. I have a feeling I'll be needing this. Okay, well, let's try to use it somewhere. For example, throw it into the fireplace, because why wouldn't we do that? Oh, stop it, you. I still don't fully understand the clock idea here. Why is it so bloody dark in here? Nah, can't do it. The red ring is so dramatic, yes, yes. Overly so, if you ask me. Nah. Here we have once again another puzzle. No, we don't. Did I come to the wrong place? Oh no, here was the ring, but this is not the place where we need to go to progress. For that we have to come here and not to the toilet. I always get lost, I always get lost. Here we go. So, as this couch fails to hide it, there is a hole behind this couch, or, well, a circular shape of some sort. What on earth is that thing? Well, let's use our rusty pipe. Okay, let's not use our rusty pipe, let's use the ring, which obviously fits. There you go. Now here, I mean, here's the thing. Certain games have trophies where you have to finish a certain puzzle in the least or the fewest steps or the least amount of time. Now, I remember Resident Evil 2 did something like that, where the fuse puzzles had to be solved with only a certain amount of steps, and I mean, that was fun to figure out, but you have to know it. Now here, oh, I hate it. I'm trying to beat game, not to be the better puzzler. Yes, so for the Resident Evil example, that was a record. I think it was also a trophy, actually, but when I was trying to do it, I certainly missed a few of those for the first time. And when I was replaying the game and knew that those records exist, I saved right before those puzzles and then tried to solve them. Now, if that is the case with this, we will have to be careful. So we have to turn this. That is the obvious one. Now, apparently, Here you can only turn them in one direction, which is easier. Now you can see the NESW around showing the directions like a compass. So that one is easy to figure out. The next ones are a bit trickier, but if we don't rush things, I think we can figure it out. So if we don't count choosing the rings, I think that is actually the least steps we could have taken, or fewest steps. Can I use my rusty pipe on it? The fire went out, but why? Nothing makes any sense. What's the meaning of all this? I didn't save. I beg of you, stop! Yeah, I didn't save. Like serious. Oh, nice cogs. Don't come any closer. Seriously, don't do it. Now maybe you could fail here, I guess. Stay away from me, please. I'm saying that please really threateningly. That was the end of that chapter, and I couldn't find anything, but to be honest, as I said, there are not many options we get. And when I was playing the game, I was waiting for when the tutorial part ends and the game gets a bit less restricting. But the thing is, it never really does that. At least as far as I noticed, the puzzles always only provide you with, let's say, 1 or 2 items that you can use at a certain time. These are contracts? Ah, contracts signed by my customers and me. Yes, all the people, yes, and it just disappeared, so I can check it again. Now, because this is a tricky world, if you go back, sometimes you won't necessarily end up in the same place. So we will be running around a bit here and there, but that's fine. I'm sure Price could use a bit of an exercise. I'm not saving. Oh yes, this would be fear, I'm assuming. Whose face we actually never saw. So, as you can see, how you progress here is by moving around, and the game, I'm assuming, uses really simple script lines, and if you cross them, the next animation will play. Oh yes, now that is agony. The red text, as far as I'm aware. So, one thing that could help us with finding these trophies is knowing the fact that one way to hide things in a game is by creating a scenario in which you think that you need to move, or the solution to a puzzle, and in some cases just the way to progress, is so obvious that most people will just go right ahead. So for example, here we had the telephone booth and it's right in front of you. It makes perfect sense that you interact with it right away. But in those times, the developer, in this case, or developers overall, can hide other changes somewhere else on the map. So whenever I do something that changes the world, whenever I progress in the campaign, I have to stop and look around. Now in certain cases that is obvious. For example, I interact with the telephone booth. No, I went around, looked at everything, nothing changed. Sometimes it's tricky because what you need to do is not so obvious. For example, you have to go somewhere. You didn't necessarily click on anything, but you still moved. And in some really tricky situations, it is just spending time. There are some time-sensitive triggers in games, and those are rather tricky. Or an idea that is not present in this game, I would think, is a visual script. I don't think that's the proper name of them, but the idea is that something happens, or you trigger a script by looking at something. But here we don't have a free camera, so that can't necessarily happen. Okay, so we have the parent. Okay, that's all good, that's all lovely. Alright. Yes. Yes. Great. Now where do we go now? Because now I do not remember. Press X to open your eyes. What if I don't want to? You know? Maybe I just don't want to. Again, that's a choice I can make, and most people would just press X right away. But what if I want to take a bit of a time, take a nap? That could be a trophy, couldn't it be? Yes, actually it could be, but there's a good chance it isn't. Nonetheless, it is worth a try. It is definitely worth a try, so we're gonna wait here. Taking a bit of time to enjoy the darkness. That's actually an interesting thing, how people, some people at least, are afraid of the dark, but at the same time, when you sleep, you are always in the dark. When you close your eyes. Well, apparently it's not the trophy requirement. Okay. Would have been too easy, right? Just doing nothing. Hope's Domain, Part 1. It's a saw bench. This fence missing a piece. A potato patch. I love the smell. I still don't know what a potato patch smells like. What a charming little house. I wonder who lives here. You, actually. Honey? Did you fix the fence yet? Sorry, no, not yet. Take your time, honey. I'll bake an apple pie in the meantime. Okay. Honey. Yeah, I can relate to that, Price. I don't think I was ever called honey. I didn't recognize her voice. She sounded around my age though. I gotta admit, that felt pretty nice. Okay, let's look around. So I don't think we can go further than this point. And if I'm not mistaken, in my previous playthrough I did this a bit differently. I went into this shack first and I looked at the workbench and it told me that I shouldn't take someone else's tools, and once you look at the door and you are asked if you fix the fence, then you can. So that was slightly different. But no trouble. Let's see what we can do. Can I take anything else from here? No. Can I use the hammer and nails anywhere else? I'm not sure. Let's try to nail the house. No. Let's try to nail the potato patch. Let's try to nail her. Okay. Let's try to nail the fence. There's nothing to nail. I know. Life can be so sad. Okay. Well, nail these. No, I can't. So this is interesting. This is one time when we actually get a response. But I think I have to do something else. Fix the fence, she said. It will be fun, she said. I mean, okay, I need to sew the plank a little shorter. Well, let's get to it. This should do. And what I'm going to do now, you guessed it, I'm going to take the plank and use it on everything, including the potato patch and the front door, because why not board the front door? The game doesn't like that idea. Understood. Well, there's only one thing I can do here, and that's this. I'm fixing the fence. Yes, I am fixing the fence. You don't have to announce that like that. Okay, what if I examine it like this? It won't hold unless I'll nail it. Wise words. Wise words. Do you still have your rusty pipe in your pants? No. Price lost it. Okay. Hammering time. I never thought I'd enjoy stuff like this. You poor lonely heart. Okay. And now we meet with Reason. Though, here's the thing. Can we interact with the house again? The fence is good as new. Hello? May I come in? No reply. Okay, so that wasn't it. But indeed, we could interact with a few things before talking to Reason. I'm not that handy, but it should hold. Now we can't return to the shack because I think Reason is standing in the way. But let me try. No, we can actually do that. Not that there's anything here. Okay, we got through this. We got some nailing done, but that wasn't the point. Unfortunate. That wasn't the achievement or trophy we were after, and now we are going to ever so slowly follow Reason. I possibly cannot walk this slow. I mean, really. I don't remember if there was a part in this game, I don't think so, that featured a road. Because then it would be a good joke for a trophy that you have to follow Reason and help him cross the road, because he's rather old by the looks of it. Slow, yes, it is slow, definitely. This potato patch isn't ready for harvesting yet. Interesting, so once we talk to Reason, there are a few changes here and there. Nothing here, but the potato patch gave a different line now, or we got a different description about it, which is interesting, even though I'm not sure why Price wondered if the potatoes were ready for harvest in the middle of the night. It's okay. It's okay. We can wait here a bit more. Reason, you're good. You are good. You left. I think he left. I think he indeed left. Now it's time to leave this place. Ah, there, with the brick and the window. You really shouldn't have. And the boop. You did all this just to get to my nose? I mean, I respect the dedication, but... you know, there's a door, right? Good point, it's most of the time actually closed, but still. Okay, so we couldn't do much here because I tried to talk to the lady in the house before talking to Reason, and after it just teleports you to the next room. or area. Great, back to the shitty world. Indeed, the shitty world. Not saving, which is dangerous, I have to admit. Oh, this place, okay. I'm not looking for a Pokemon battle, okay? Or are you from Metal Gear Solid by any chance? Could you please stop with booping? My nose is getting a bit itchy. No, I'm actually not looking for him at all. But hey, at least now I realize that you are just balding and not a rabbit. For the longest time I actually thought he was a rabbit. Okay, enough of that. Enough? I said enough. I see you're back to hear about my brave deeds. I once fought with a gigantic beast. Maybe later, indeed. I mean, that could be it as well, talking to characters until they run out of dialogue. I think there is a trophy in Resident Evil 3 that works like that. Yeah, not here. So many bricks, yes. They come and go around here, really. Ooh, eavesdrop. That's always fun. They are talking about how the man sitting on the couch might be cheating. So I can go here. I can go in here because that's his room. And I've been here. Cheating? Yes. Yes, he cheats in a card game, no less. Why, we would never... Oh, no, not at all. In a card game? No, those are serious. You can't just cheat in a card game. Well, 24, here we go, because we have no other option. Can I talk to you? No. It's interesting how Price's face, and especially eyes, are drawn compared to the other characters. Well, let's talk to you. So here we find this gentleman who is trying to solve a puzzle and he can't. But the other characters have hollows. Well, their eyes are rather sunken in. So he's a bit reluctant to let us help with the puzzle, but his wife, I'm assuming, helps us convince him. No, I can't just give it back right away. No, this is important for the story, but let's see if we can ask for someone else's help. What if we try to ask him for help? He looks like a person who's good at puzzles. Apparently not. Now this is, in my opinion, a kind of missed opportunity that for these kind of interactions you don't get any meaningful response, because this way the experience is really focused on what you should be doing. And I understand the idea because the story is in focus. but a few lines saying like maybe he's not the right person to ask or something like that would have been interesting. Okay, I still can go here. And there's nothing I can interact with here, so once again I only have one option, and that is to give the puzzle to him. Okay. How's it going? Wow, he's focused. And now we go around and see if anything changed. Now what we would need to do in this case is... Oh, they actually have two sets of dialogue and those change. So what you have to do in this case is sneak into the man's room while he is occupied with solving the puzzle. What's up, dude? Go away. Okay. Well, we should be actually working on the puzzles, so rude, but kind of understandable. So I can hide here. This is funny, again, because what I did previously was examine the safe, realize that, oh right, I need the combination, and then we hide, and after he enters the room and this entire part happens. But no, I kind of just skipped the examining part and jumped right to overhearing the combination, which, to be fair, he's rather nice about and says out loud. The combination 6 4 9 open sesame. Now actually the writer put a bit of a scare here because he starts wondering about whether or not he should impress us by putting on, I think, a nice suit. And while we are hiding in the wardrobe, but then at the last moment he changes his mind and says, would that be too much? Gotta play it cool. Time to impress. Now here again, I cannot exit the wardrobe any faster. Awkward. Right, how awkward. Let's see what happens here. So I exit here, talk to him, and he still gives the same reaction. And no, I could open the safe, but what if I don't open the safe? What if there is a possibility to tell the code to someone? Will it make sense? No. It's interesting how the little beeps that play as the characters talk are different based on the character. So the pitch of the sounds, I think, represent the voice of those characters. Yep. Not getting anywhere here. So once again, we are pretty much forced to progress with the story. A 6, a 4, 9. Okay, here's the thing. I never saw a save that opens upwards. But yeah, he is cheating. And with a bit of sabotage, we are good to go. So let's see, can I do anything else? I can hide. There's no point. The deed is done, and today his luck will change. Ooh. Oh yes, the red thingy again, the red gaze. Now I would say that if someone's eye rotates like this, they should really go and see a doctor. But fun fact, human eyes can rotate just a bit, but they can. If you tilt your head, your eyes actually rotate just a bit. Let's see if we have anything new. Nope. Makes sense. You're still focused? On what? Oh right, that opened. Sorry. Still nothing. I still cannot talk to you. I really hope there isn't something you can interact with that doesn't have a pop-up notification about it. That's mighty weird if you ask me. But let's examine it. It's not a save point. As this is a memory, again, childhood memory nightmare. And once again I have nothing to do at all. I really have no options here. Now this was interesting. This was interesting because it gave me the option there to enter the door, I'm assuming. So we could have left, maybe? Let me get my note out. Let me get my notes out. This will be good. And let's write this down. So in the childhood nightmare, maybe this is something we have to check later on. Enter the door. I feel like the time when I was playing Little Nightmares 2 and I was jotting down ideas what I could try in future playthroughs. Okay. After the nightmare. There's nothing here again. I feel like this game took a step closer to a walking simulator as opposed to a puzzle game. compared to the first one. Yeah, nothing changed here. I always run too far here. Did you finish it finally? I only had to look at it once and I solved it. Really? And it took you this long to look at it once? What were you doing? Okay, thank you. So now I have the item and I can't even talk to you anymore. That's interesting. I can't go back to his room. Not even with the puzzle. Okay. Can I give the puzzle to you? No. Can I give the puzzle to them? No. I have so many options. Okay, here's your puzzle. Fourth from the left, circle and triangle. Fourth from the left, circle and triangle. No, that could be a hint at something that we would need to do something, but I'm honestly not sure. Because yes, we are playing on PlayStation, so it could be that we have to press those buttons, but I mean that would mean that we would get a different text when playing on PC. So there it would be certain letters or buttons. And that would be rather interesting, but ooh, I'm not sure. Could that be a hint at something? But it says fourth from the left. Now that makes sense in a crossword puzzle or something like that. But in this game, that would mean a place where we have many of the same items lined up that you can interact with. But I don't remember any such place. Am I overthinking this? Probably. But what is the fun of trophy hunting if not overthinking everything? And this is pretty much just a cutscene with the game taking place. So everyone shows their cards. And I think that Price has the winning hand so far, and the gentleman would have needed an ace to win, and that's exactly what he could produce from his sleeves with that little contraption, but we sabotaged it. And so now everyone knows that he is cheating, and that comes with consequences, which is interesting because as we learn, this is taking place all in the mind of Price. So, does that mean that that in Price's value system, cheating is such a serious thing that here the cheater gets murdered. Also, stabbing the head doesn't make much sense. I love that character design, absolutely love it. That's a tree. That is the bunny and Mrs. Goodwin, and I still don't know what happened with the bunny. So this, I do believe, the other room beyond the guarded door. And let's see what we have here. It's an old film projector. Okay, so here we have a few items that we will be able to interact with. I will have to try them all out. So we have one door here. We have a save point this way. We can enter here. We have the save point here. We are not using the save points because we are hardcore like that. I'm pretty sure the trophy is not to go through the entire game without dying. What the hell is this machine? I honestly still don't know. Oh, the eye again. Okay, let's take a sip. Okay, that's the same door. So I guess we only have the option to get into this room. And if I'm not mistaken, this door will bring us to the other hallway where we were. It's a bit tricky to understand how these rooms are laid out, but it makes sense. What can I examine here? I'll just insert the plug and see what happens. You know, out of context, that sounds really bad. Oh. Exit the puzzle, because we can't do anything with the puzzle just yet. It's a workstation for cutting the film, but we don't have the film yet. And we don't have anything else, so... It seems we are missing something. Now, it is true that I could have examined the TV before plugging it in, but honestly I don't think that would be a trophy-worthy detail. Reason! Oh, so good to have you around here. Can't I just walk up to you? Would be a bit quicker. Why can I talk to you from here? Why do I have to stand all the way here? Social distancing, is it? Reason needs time, please. Yes, Reason indeed needs time. Maybe the idea with Reason being old was the idea that wisdom comes with age, but also how you have to wait on him shows that to think clearly you need to be patient and not just react to things right away, which would be a fun little detail. Now, this area here, I don't know what that was, but it's okay. I'll pick it up because it will probably be useful. That's pretty much how it is in every game like this. Like all the stuff dropping from the wall. Yes, so that I think was the film reel. Now we have to obviously cut the film reel later on. I can't use it here. Where could I put this film reel? Well, onto the projector, but that would be way too easy, so we're not doing that. Let's try another combination. Where could you put a film reel? Here. I wonder, would this fit? Wait, that was actually the thing you had to do? Oh, that hurt. Yes, I kind of forgot. There's no picture, something must be missing. So here I can put the film reel, but I can remove it, and thus I can use it in that machine as well and then cut it. So there isn't really a right order to it, even though I have to say that film reel is huge. It is as wide as Price is. And once again, I don't know how he is fitting all of these things into his pants. And that's it, I can't do anything else with this machine. Now, do I have to interact with him? I can't use the film reel. What if I just don't deal with him at all? Because I think he is supposed to represent joy and pleasure, and that's why he is offering drinks as a bartender. So my idea is that what if we just entirely skip his part? I mean, if we can, why not? Now this must be the work desk for cutting the film. I want to try it. Yes, let's cut some film. Okay, let's actually look at this. So, faces, grandfather clock, kids room, chair, doors. Okay, let's try to do that. Where does the chair go? Here, I think. Grandfather clock. I think those are the doors. The faces are apparently not important. Oh, I don't think this is the right one. I think I actually did this wrong. Did I? Yeah, so you can do it wrong. Because I think the rocket should be the second, but I will try this wrong combination. Chair, yes, indeed. It is a chair. I'm honestly not sure why wheelchairs are an icon of horror in certain cases. I've seen so many horror games and movies, especially in hospital environments and asylums, where the hallways are just littered with wheelchairs, and I think the idea is that it is unsettling for some reason, but I'm not sure why that is. Okay, so let's try this. So if I'm not mistaken, it should be in this order. No, I could use it again. So it doesn't just tell me right away that I did it wrong or right. Let's see if I got it right this time. No, apparently I messed it up again. Okay. Let's see, what did I mess up? The clock? The rocket? The chair? The walls? The clock? Wait, no. Clock, rocket, chair, walls. That is it. Nope, I messed up that detail. It should be the clock, the rocket, the chair, and the walls. So this is the right combination. There is no picture. So do I have to talk to the bartender? Is that it? Could be. At least it really looks like that. Editing the past. What the title for this room. Okay. Now let me see. Do we have an option here? But I need to comfort you. Yes, it's comfort. Oh, item found. Oh, alright. I need to comfort you. Excuse me, in public? Yes. He literally is comfort. That's his whole job, to comfort. In whatever way it is necessary. So bottle bottom can be used here, obviously, but that will become the lens of the camera, so you cannot skip that part. But I did the film in the right order, apparently. So bottle bottom is a lens. Yes. Now it's the bottle bottom of an expensive whiskey. So it's not just any bottle bottom. Oh, welcome in, Nekio. How are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. I am the Dreadist, a monster researching horror and hunting for trophies right now in Distraint 2. But what were you playing, Nekio? I think it was Digimon? Yes! Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth Hackers a Memory! Because short titles are outdated. How was the game? Good, could you? Starving though, so I'm gonna go eat. Oh, I see. Well, then get something nice to eat, and don't forget to do some proper stream aftercare. You just missed the guy wanting to comfort us and gave us a bottle. Without the bottle part, it's a completely different story. It's somewhat concerning that he gave it, but you know. Whatever floats your boat. So let me write down what happens if we get the wrong order of film with the lens, because I tried without the lens and it told us that, hey, you don't have something, that there is something missing, and that's true in this case. So I kind of overlooked this, but it seems that there might be a bit more to this. And once again, we find ourselves in a lovely place filled with elephants. Oh, and agony. Agony is really big about teeth. Just like that Psychonauts 2 level that Urite was playing the other day. Slightly disturbing to some. Oh yeah, the distorted mouth, yes. It seems more is getting distorted here. I mean, it is about a dentist. But here's the thing. So first of all, I never played Psychonauts 2 or 1. But I have to say, I never saw a game or movie at that where it starts with a disclaimer about the depiction of dentists. The other thing is, I don't think that a dentist's mind is exclusively filled with gums and teeth. I think they might be a bit overly enthusiastic about their work, which is not a bad thing, but have some hobbies, okay? You could play them. They are horror adjacent. Are they? Are they really? What kind of horrors are we talking about? And at the meantime, I can still try to test if we get a trophy by just keeping our eyes shut, which could be an interesting trophy, using the idea that you close your eyes to keep the fears out. We're talking about trauma. That's true. That's true. And brainwashing and body horror. Now, to be perfectly honest, the visual style of Psychonauts 2 is rather interesting. The character design, I'm not sure what would be the right word, but it's slightly disturbing, And it's interesting because in a drawn illustrated medium, I think it would work as an odd cartoon, but because it's 3D, it's like someone trying to make a realistic depiction of a really creative vision. And lots of things like that, but in like a cutesy way. Oh, yes. Think that the first game is 2000s? That's interesting. So is there a third game as well when it comes to Psychonauts, or only two? Because I heard about them, but I never played any of them. I never looked at anything. The first game is 2005, so they truly were going for a cartoon. Not that I know about, yeah. The first game is 2005 and ended with a sequel hook. A strong sequel hook. But Psychonauts 2 got cancelled, delayed? Well, then it's a nice thing that they actually finished the game and got it released. And there's a fish! And it came out in 2021? Wow! That's 16 years later? Then I'm sure a lot of fans were worried that it would never get released. Yeah, I didn't know that. And on Steam you can find them for dirt cheap on sales. I guess that there was a lot of problems with the development then. So here we get one trophy if we fish more, and you get the option. So this is one of those times when you get the option to go as far or as long as you want. So yeah, think about this is like a mid-2000s take on a collectathon but with dark humor elements. Wow. And what you saw is that visual style and gameplay, but adapted to 2020. But in a way, it's interesting because normally in game development, a game takes 2, 3, 4 years to make. If we are not talking about something really extreme, AAA or a really small studio. And because of that, if everything goes according to plan, let's say the first game released in 2005, the second releases in around 2010, and as they work, the style changes because it's a second game and maybe a third game. But because this game got delayed, maybe that idea from the mid-2000s remained. They just had better resources and obviously the technology changed. So it is a kind of a time capsule, which is interesting. And maybe that is why the visual style is so distinct and why it surprised me. Because if you tell someone nowadays to make a game, they probably won't go with this style. They wanted the truly exaggerated shapes and weird architectural elements and all of that. That shows. that shows definitely. I think that if you were interested, you could check out the first game. It starts out a bit slow, but it's quite good. Oh, thank you for the recommendation. And you could enjoy the trophies. Well, what I saw from the second game, it is really filled to the brim with all kinds of collectible things. So you can certainly spend a good while just looking for them. But actually, did you manage to figure out how and if you can replay earlier areas? Because I saw during one of the tutorials there was a page in your guidebook that lists all the areas that you visited and all the mines you visited, but I don't know if you figured out if you can go back to collect things you missed. And you said that you might not be able to get to certain things because you don't have the necessary powers or upgrades available just yet. In 1, yes, that's possible, that's great. In 2, I understand it will be, but not yet. Oh, I see. Well, maybe I will have to check out the first game if it has some truly horrifying elements. But then again, if it's 2005, I will say that's PlayStation 3, if it was released on consoles at all. Okay, no, I was wrong. It's PlayStation 2. Wow. So the original Psychonauts was released on Windows, Xbox, I'm assuming the original, and PlayStation 2, meaning that it only has in-game achievements or trophies, since PlayStation 2 does not support trophies. And then you have Psychonauts 2. Let's take a look at that if we can find it. Apparently Psychonauts 2 was announced in 2015 and released in 21, and it is available on PlayStation 4, which is an interesting situation because the two games, which are, as far as I can understand, story related, heavily story related, are 2 generations apart. So if someone, and this is a really tricky situation for a game and the developers, if I want to play it, or anyone who hasn't played the original game finds it on, let's say, one of the consoles or on Steam, they buy the new game, they might not really understand the character dynamics and who they are. But on consoles, you cannot go back and play the first one because it's not available. So that's tricky. My understanding is that for what I have seen, I will need to do something with a certain character. And from that point on, I'll be able to revisit. Ooh. Oh, there's a VR game in between both games. Ooh. Oh well, anyways. I'm certainly not playing the VR game. Because as much as VR is this really interesting technology, my problem with VR is mostly the fact that it has an extremely limited library, and it's actually worse than the exclusives when it comes to a console, because if you buy games on PC, on Xbox, on Nintendo, on PlayStation, especially recently, you can get most of the games everywhere. Even on Nintendo, many games, third-party games, are getting released. So you can play most of the games. And if there are some exclusives that you really want to play, you go for that platform. Now with VR, my problem is that, as one thing, a VR headset is rather expensive. And once you buy it, you find yourself in the same situation as the one that happened during the console wars, as they like to call it, when entire franchises and certain games only released on a specific platform. But in my opinion, with VR, it's even worse because the overall library is rather limited. So if let's say I want to buy a console and I buy a PlayStation 5, I will be able to play most games that release these days. If I buy the PlayStation VR headset for the PlayStation 5, I can play a handful of games. But there's a different one, I think, that Meta created. There's a different one that another company created. And so the library is really scattered around many products. And even with PlayStation, one thing that I guess makes sense technologically, but not from the point of view of a consumer, is, as far as I know, the PlayStation VR 1 and 2 are not compatible. So if I want to play, let's say, the Resident Evil 7 VR, which I think released for the first PlayStation VR, and I want to play the VR of, let's say, Resident Evil 4, which released for the second, I would need both of the headsets. And that's a bit pricey if you want to play one or two games. And I think there's actually a headset made by Valve. So it's really tricky because there are so many different companies. Also, my eyes don't work for VR, so anyways, yes, I can understand that. VR is a tricky thing. Many people say that they get dizzy, they get motion sickness. But yeah, I'd say Psychonauts 2's prologue actually explains the basics of the characters you're supposed to already know. Now that's good. That's a really good idea from the developers. I guess they realized that, first of all, many people haven't played the first game. They might not even be able to play the first game on their platform of choice. And it's been a long time. So even if you play the first game when it released, maybe you have forgotten. Yeah, VR sets are basically for one game at this point, and it's bad. I cannot justify getting a console nowadays. Imagine one for one game. Yes, Yes, that's my problem with VR, that there is no upgrading. You always need some new hardware, and the number of games to actually get access to is pretty low to begin with. And if you don't want to play them all, which I don't think you necessarily want, then you're really just buying something for a few games. And maybe it sounds odd if I say that, hey, I don't want to play all of the titles available. But that is like saying, in my eyes, that if you buy a PlayStation, you would need to play all of the PlayStation Studio games, all the exclusives. And I'm like, I played some. I don't play all of them. I think Psychonauts is available for PS4 5, really? But don't quote me on that, I don't have one. But what if I want to quote you? Someone put a ribbon on the safe. I need to figure out the combination. Alrighty. Then I have to check. I will have to check if it is available. Maybe digitally, but again, it would have needed to get ported or brought back as an old title. Now we have to solve this mess. And to be perfectly honest, when I first played it, I completely overlooked how this puzzle worked and what the developer envisioned with it. And even now I'm slightly confused about what the heck I'm doing. Okay, so I have to move this down. Slide puzzles! I don't like them. I'm sorry, I do not like slide puzzles. I'm not good at them at all. So with this, I wouldn't even try the thing that I said about solving a puzzle with the minimum amount of steps. I don't think I could get even near such a thing. Does anybody like them? Developers like them. I think, because it's not so terribly complicated, I guess, to create them. Okay, we are in okay, so this has to be here, but this should be here. Everyone I know are like, oh, slide puzzles. Ooh. Yeah. Those are not real. They can't hurt me. You think that? You think that now, but who knows? Who knows if they are real or not? Maybe they just want you to believe that they are not real, so they can get you when you are not looking. Yeah, I got that freaking thing where it had to be, and now I'm more confused about the next part. Okay, so that should be there. And that should be there. Oh goodness. So this part has to go somewhere else. Oh no. So maybe I'm really silly, but when I saw the red part, I didn't understand right away that was the background and it shows the pattern that should be over it. I thought that is just a different colored piece, and I just didn't understand that this is a sliding puzzle. I thought I had to switch parts or something like that. Okay, so this has to be there. How do I do that? There is a method to this madness, but this is not my madness. I'm sure someone looks at something like this and knows right away what to do. A bit like how a Rubik's Cube can be solved. Okay, that looks correct. It's missing a piece though. Okay, so I did that. Great. In the fewest number of steps, no doubt. Okay, so this is another memory, and I don't think we really can do anything here, so I can just skip ahead. And by skipping ahead, I mean keep pressing the X button like a maniac, which is, by the way, is not an X button. According to the official PlayStation descriptions, it is a cross button. Not to be confused with the X button on Xbox controllers. Even though I have to admit, when it comes to the names of buttons, I always found the PlayStation ones more logical because they don't necessarily make any sense. They are just shapes. Whereas the Xbox ones, to me, are odd because they have A and B, and then I would assume, okay, then you will have C and D. But no, you get X and Y. And I'm like, why? Why is it Y? Constructor said 649. I'm not sure what this 649 thing is, but this is the second time a code is 649. Could it be that simple? Yes, it could. Rusty old piece. So again, here we have the puzzle piece. And I'm pretty sure I actually can't even use that door. Good to know. So I have this item, but I don't think I can use it on absolutely anything other than where I actually have to use it. I can come back here, but there's no point. This game is surely a lot of running back and forth. So I can exit here. I can't use the puzzle piece here for obvious reasons, and that's it. That's the only place I can go. There you go. And somehow that unlocked the door. And remember that when we will be playing Resident Evil 7. Gotta love the logic. At least the developer was aware. Okay, now what do we have here? So we have one door. I think this is the main door actually, so not much of a point. We can hide here. It's an old clock that's missing a pendulum, or its pendulum, I think. Or is it pendulum? What is the proper pronunciation of that word? I wonder. Let me check. After all, we are here to learn. And to hunt trophies. But also to learn. It's a pendulum. Okay. So it's not just a simple D, it's a J sound. Okay. What's this? It's a lampstand. One that's missing a bulb. Yes, this is where we will be taking the bulb all over the place to see. Not saving. Do I have any other room to go to? Because this was a dead end so far. Let's come here. That's another room. Okay, so here we have the lamp, and we can take this bulb and use it in other areas. The thing is, as far as I remember, when I first played this game, I tried using this bulb everywhere, and I couldn't find any other place where it could be useful. Get out of here. Now, let's see. Alright, nothing here. Nothing to interact with. This is where the puzzle will end. I remember that much. But that's another thing. It takes a lot of time to play through this game and try different things, because first of all, I don't remember all of the details how you have to play through it. And second of all, because even though you don't have many items and places to interact with, the areas are still large enough, so you have to go and check out everything to make sure you didn't miss something. Oh, Comfort is back. No, he's not. Okay. Even Comfort was like, nope, not here. Now here's the thing, we could open this gate, but there's no point, so I won't. I also cannot put the bulb on this pedestal, for some other reason. I don't know why I would, but it's worth a try. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Now, what's here? Need a fuse, of course. Game developers' favorite items surely include a fuse. Because pretty much in every darn game I play, I need to find a fuse, later or sooner. I don't know why. It is just a mandatory thing. There is this joke that in old games, you always have to have a sewer level. I think in horror games, finding a fuse is almost on the same level. Examine. There's a hole in the wall behind the couch. I couldn't see it before. But now I can. And I can just enter that hole. That's totally normal. Now here's the thing. If this is an American style house and we are in the walls, Now what is a couch doing here? If this is a room, then why is everything boarded up? So here I think we need to rotate things. Let's try once again to get through this in the least amount of steps. Okay. I think this is it. And what do I get for this? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean a pendulum, but other than that, nothing. Hello there. Oh, look at those creepy crawlies. Oh, centipedes. They are adorable. Okay, pendulum. Let's try to use the pendulum everywhere. Because obviously, why wouldn't we? Now you might think, well, if you have the pendulum, you obviously have to put it into the clock, right? Well, right, but also wrong. Because what if we try to put the bulb into the clock? What happens then? Would it make any sense? No. Are we looking for sense? No. We are looking for trophies. And also hope, I think. If I'm not mistaken, the game's story is about looking for hope. Oh, I just love running around here. It's so much fun. Let's try to use the bulb here. Obviously I can't. Because what sense would it make? Not much. Okay, oh wait. What if the pendulum can be used as a fuse? It can't. Are you surprised? Probably not. But imagine how surprised you'd be if it worked. Right? Sometimes you just have to try out the most insane ideas. Not because they will work, but because of the surprise you'll feel if they do. Okay, now this. I have a feeling in this game, the idea of 4 missable trophies is not the same as in the first game. It's not using the wrong item. It's something else, but that makes it much more difficult. Because so far we only know 2. One was to fish. Now fishing, what does that mean? It means that, first of all, you have to use the opportunities when you can freely do something. The other thing is to try to do something multiple times. Now, the other one is to fail, which is again the same idea of do something that you shouldn't, but not with an item. Now, I had this idea in the first game actually, when it was I think the last trophy I was missing, and Schmoozer told me that it has to do with signs, and so I figured the signs are the save signs. And I thought I have to use a special item on a save point. As in, trying to save that precious item. And maybe that will work in this game? Because it would be an interesting idea, but I'm not sure if I can use an item on a save point here. Oh, I already took this. My bad. I will have to look for a save point. Oh, it's right there. Withstand. Okay, well, I only have the bulb, so I don't really have any other options here. What's on that wall? It almost looks like an eye, but I think that's just a spider web. Well, I'll just take this. Collecting fuses is a hobby of mine. You too? Great. Get lost. I'm looking for trophies. I want to use the bulb on you. I can't. Then here. Have a fuse. Okay, then we talk, I guess. But be quick. I have a temper and a short fuse. Come on. I mean, I have a light bulb. I should at least get a good idea. Yes, greed is bad. Alright, I should hide. Because once again, I haven't saved in some time. This is a risky idea. And it's entirely possible that I will get murdered. and lose the entire playthrough, but it's worth a try for me. You're done? You sure? What you doing here? You're still here? Alrighty, so... And now you're gone. Okay, where was the save point? I think it was right here. No, it just says save. And I don't want to save now since I've been trying not to save for some time. So let's see. What do I have to do? Oh, right, fuse. I always forget. The fuse goes in the kitchen area, if I'm not mistaken, and that should be here. But first, we have to put it on the pedestal, because why not? I think the actual item that goes there is the plush elephant, but let's try to use the fuse here. Obviously not. Try it here. Obviously not. Great. What? I ran through the door. Excuse me? I need comfort. Well, I'm so surprised, but comfort kind of just got up and left. Also, that light bulb looks like a 2D sprite that he is spinning. Okay, I got the fuse. And I refuse to not get my trophy. Okay, let's see if there's anything here. What happened to my friend? 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 What happened to Not sure. Can I take the bulb? I can take the bulb. And even then I can go up. And now I have a bulb. Is that good? It doesn't change much, but I have my bulb and I'm happy about it. I can't use the bulb on the memory. What a surprise. Okay, so this is again a memory. And we have to pack our things. But we don't want to move. So what can I do differently? Well, I can examine the box, which is almost ready. We can get the teddy bear, and we cannot get the elephant now. Once again, we only have one choice. It seems putting and storing things in his pants was a go-to method for price even in his youth. Okay, so can I leave now? No, I can't. Can I use the bear anywhere? Mr. Armstrong. Well, put it here. Can I leave now? No, I can't. Almost ready, nothing changed. Now we can get the elephant. We can try to leave. Nothing. We try to put them here, but we won't do that. We will hide him, Mr. Snouty, here. There you go. And I can't interact with anything else. All pegged, it says. That's it. Nah, I am not sure what is outside the window, but I like how it looks. Okay, nothing. I can't put the light bulb here. I want to use my spare light bulb. Yeah, the memory is gone here. The memory star, whatever it was. And now we have to go where? We have to... Alright, the kids' room, where the elephant is. That's not up there. However, it's also not where you think it is, because I think it is in the washroom next to the washing machine. Indeed, here it is. The play tent, yes. Come on, Price, move it. Okay, Mr. Snouty. Okay. Was that trying to be scary? Okay, so I have the bulb and Mr. Snouty. Where could I try to use Mr. Snouty? Do we have anything left to interact with even? I'm not necessarily sure. Nothing here. We can't return him to the tent, obviously. There's nothing here we can interact with. I can't interact with the clock. I can't hide him. I can save with him. Where was the kitchen? Oh wait, that's exactly where I was. So I go over here. This is where I came from. The attic area. And now I can go all the way here. Run, Price, run. And try to do this. Obviously, it doesn't make any sense. And now. So I did not open the garden gate on the fence. Is that important? No idea, but I didn't do it. Did I get a trophy for it? Absolutely not, but it was worth a try. I'm not saving. Oh, the cafe. Okay, so what can I do here differently? Absolutely nothing. Actually, do I still have my light bulb? I still have my light bulb! I can't use my light bulb here. Frickin' hypocrites. Okay, let's examine. I think here I made a mistake when I first played it and I sat down right away and I thought I might have missed it. Or, well, missed something. But as it turns out, there is nothing here that I could have interacted with. Yeah. But that's about it. A shame, I'm telling you. An absolute shame. Well, let's see what can we do here. Let's have a talk with the waiter. Ground coffee beverage from... Oh, beveraged. Ground coffee brewed from the best of our beans. Please enjoy, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Who doesn't like some bean soup in the morning, right? Let's drink, well, some tea. Well, hello there. Who are you? I am Los. Los? Yes, I'm here to help you. Please, don't let my appearance scare you. My intentions are pure. But why Los? I am the creation of agony. He may seem malicious, but he created me to reach you. I don't understand. Why are you here? I already told you. I am here so you can confront me at last. I'm the loss you felt all those years ago. My parents? Yes, you were so young. Young and too proud. You ignored me. And that action created something else. Huh? I do miss my parents more than anything, but it was easier for me not to think about it. Why would I torture myself with the memory? It would never bring them back. You're not wrong. They are gone, but their memory is not. You need to treasure it. Do not avoid the thought of your parents. And that is why I was sent here. You need to go through me and deal with what was once forgotten. It's the only way. Okay. How do I do that? You search yourself. You wake hope. You'll know when the time is right. Thanks. Check, please. Oh, another one of these. Don't we love them? But there's nothing we can do here, so... moving along. Come on. Come on. Okay, I'm just opening my eyes here. There's no point waiting. Yes. Charlie, yes. So what can I do here? So there was this idea I had about using the item I get from Charlie earlier. I think he gives us a letter? Okay, yes. I know you have a lot of catching up to do, but I'm still concerned about Dracula in the background and why he's eyeing that spit roast. Well, let's drink some more. Can I drink even more? Maybe that's the trophy. Get drunk. I can't get drunk in this game. Terrible. Okay, anything else we can do? Also, really nice detail how there are a few things in the foreground making the entire world feel bigger. No one I can talk to except for the dog. Who's a good girl? Yes, you are. Nah. Oh, reason! Don't hurry. We'll meet in the middle. If I stop and take a nap. Oh. Do I really have to stand in the fire to talk to you? Couldn't I just, you know, like, be a few feet? Oh, no, okay. Okay, reason. Would you like a beer? We have 2 kegs of it. I don't know why. Okay, where are you going? Hey, you can't just disappear behind a shack. That's cheating. Wow. I know you didn't go anywhere. You're just hiding behind there. Alright, let's see. Can I do anything here? No, I can't. Okay, so here's the letter. No, I can't read it just yet. Now, here's the thing. In any other game with an inventory, maybe I could do something with the letter and actually read it. But here, I don't have that option. The only thing I can do is try to use the letter on something or someone in the environment. Maybe I should have went to the right. Oh wait, I still can. Why is the word frozen? You should really keep turning the meat, otherwise it will get burned. Oh, never mind. Okay, can I give you the letter? No, I can't. Okay. Come find me. That's great dating advice right there. Okay, enough. I understand that the cameraman fell asleep. Okay, so this, I do believe, is the nursing home. Oh shit, I know this place. Yes, not a happy place. I think I can get into that room if I move the couch. Well, move the couch. Also, why is there a hole in the door? Okay, another hiding spot. Alright, I have to turn these. It's interesting that the same design, TV design, was used when we had to cut the film, except there we couldn't use the buttons. As I said, wheelchairs are not inherently scary, but if they are just moving on their own, that's slightly concerning. Now you might say that is true for most objects actually, because if you see anything just move on its own, it's a reason for some concern. Well, that was original. Not. Okay, there's something here I could use. This crank will come useful. I'm sure of it. I found the crank. And that will be useful. No can do. The door is locked. I need the combination. So this is interesting because the game doesn't give you the option to actually input the combination. So here are the numbers, and if you already play the game or you look at them closely, you might be able to figure out the numbers and try out entering the combination without actually realigning the letters there or the numbers. However, there is no option for that. The game, or rather Price in the game, has to know what the code is. It's not enough if we know it. And that's interesting because in games like Resident Evil, if you know the code, you can enter it and the game will accept the code, even if you obviously haven't found it in your current playthrough yet. It's kind of a speedrun trick in a way, but it is encouraged by the game and the developers. Okay, so I can't use the crank here. I can't use the crank on him either. I mean, it makes sense. He's dead, not cranky. Okay, let's use it here. No, I can't. There's something funny about those curtains. Are those numbers? Yes, those are. It's a machine of some kind. Let's see if the crank fits here. Of course it does. A perfect match. 649. What a surprise! It was fun, but I already turned the crank. And I can't get my crank back. How will I be cranky? 649, got it. Reason? Numbers. Ooh, that is evil. No, it's not. I've been having rather a lot of fun recently working on one of my silly projects that required me to calculate a few things. I see you've taken steps towards finding yourself again. Yes, I'm on the right track. Can you please stop being so poetic and speak plainly so I understand? No. I'm merely pointing you in the right direction. This place must wake some painful memories in you, am I right? Certainly. There is a 4 in between the 69. Blasphemous. You mean there is some 4 in between the 69? Maybe that is not so bad. Now, I can do anything here, but I can enter the code. You know the code, you moron! You just read it. Six, 4, 9. Got it. Now go and open the door. I know you. Oh, wait. So you have to interact with the panel. Okay. So maybe you could do it, like in Resident Evil. Let's write it down for a future playthrough, maybe. On the keypad. So far I found 3 things that I could do differently. Even though I don't think they necessarily reward you with a trophy. So I can turn one thing on at a time. So let's go to the reception first. I don't care about you. We're going to the reception. It might be in trouble because I don't know where to hide this time around. Oh, here. Never mind. This place is looking more and more like Silent Hill. Not like I'm complaining, just saying. It's pretty nice. I like the aesthetics. Okay, you're done. I have things to do, trophies to try to get. All that. Okay, finished? Great. Scary. Also, Blasphemous, where I love that game. Yes, that game. Funny enough, I tried playing Blasphemous once. Out of order. Someone needs to fix the machine in the reception room. Okay, let's go there. So once I tried to play Blasphemous, and I couldn't really get too far in it. I played some Souls-born games and Souls-like games, and I was adequately decent, but in 2D it's much more difficult for me. However, I do appreciate its writing. Look at me looting drugs. Surely this syringe will come in use. Surely! Let's use it here. I can't. But Blasphemous is one of those games that kind of fit into the horror genre. I don't know its story at all. I have absolutely no clue what it is about. But maybe one day I will have to return to it. Okay, for now I'm not messing with the TVs, because normally that's something you would do right away, but I'm trying to do the not so obvious here. So we have the syringe that we got, and now I can use said syringe here. And it brings people back to life, because that's how it works. I got a fun phone call a bit ago. Really? How was it fun? Oh yes, inspiration. That's a nice thing. Poor thing died a long time ago for a price. Now this is a really nice song, but I wonder what the notes actually mean here. Oh, poor thing died again. So I'm curious about that, because maybe, obviously, the song is not just 4 notes, so maybe those are not notes, but chords, and their notes are played separately, one by one, and that is the beginning of the song. These 4 chords could be. Unfortunately, I can't hear it myself as well. I was never able to listen to a song and tell which sound or which note is which. Yeah, my mother was like, get the drying clothes in, it's raining. It's not raining. I'm placed around 10-15 minutes walking and it's raining here. What? I'm out with dog and it is not? Maybe that was a local rain. You know, a really tiny cloud. Skill issue, not being able to call the notes, definitely. I mean, some people learn that. Yeah, it came here eventually. Oh. Well, in that case, maybe it was a rather slow rain or cloud. Based on this game, you could say that it was a reasonable rain. Oh, you free. Stop it. Yay! Why do I think that you are not a big fan of rain? Especially when you are outside. Not sure, it's just a suspicion of mine. Got it! First try. No, I tried the wrong combinations here because for a number of tries in my first playthrough I didn't realize that you have to do something in that room with the board and the notes, so I looked at all of the notes and I tried to find some sort of a logic while all of them were displayed, and so I tried a number of different combinations and they didn't work, and then I realized, oh, you have to have inspiration play the song. I don't like getting sick, now that I can definitely agree with. I do not like that either, so always pay attention to your health. Especially during these cold winter months. Now, where was that machine? Because there's another place where I could send some electricity, I remember. The basement. Where the heck is the basement? I do not remember any... Oh, wait. Based on the first game, the basement should be on the other end of the corridor where the reception is. So really the main hall. There's the basement. Let's go to the basement. Oh, so there's a TV here as well. And not much I can do, so I guess we're doing this. Now if you see anything, let me know. Because I'm not necessarily good with these puzzles. Going to a dark basement is always a good idea. Definitely. Especially in horror games. Run! And that's one open. Now we go here to the room with a skeleton. That's also a great idea most of the time. If I'm not mistaken, this thing was an elephant. So this is made up of 3 pieces and one we cannot move actually. I kind of see something there. Kinda. That should be an ear. Oh, yeah. That's not bad. Haha. So, are we going to address the elephant in the room? Soon we will. Soon we definitely will. And hopefully not get murdered by it. Because that's where I died in my first playthrough, and this time around I wouldn't like that to happen. Because of reasons. Mostly because I am trying to figure out if there is a trophy for not dying. I mean, there was one for dying, so This is a kind of a generous thing from the game. Oh, interesting. That was the first, not this one. Even though this is pretty much the closest to the entrance. That was the wrong button. Okay, now what is this? Ah, I know. This is the Roadrunner. Maybe not. Okay, so that's something. Oh, there we have something. I think we have something there. Not necessarily sure what. Oh, that looks like a rose to me. Oh, it is a rose. Oh, here's literally the door. Silly old me. Okay. Time to hide. Here. I was slightly concerned that I would get murdered. Which is not good. Not in this playthrough. In other playthroughs, maybe. Not here. We are trying not to get murdered. Oh my goodness, so tall and skinny. Like me. Okay. We're still alive. Now it's... Oh, that was the basement. I don't think there's much of a point to turn the generator back off. And now I can come here. Forgiveness. Rather nice scene with Mrs. Goodwin. And there's... I think Daisy was the name of the rabbit. And the one thing I hope the developer will do if he really returns to the series and makes a third Distraint game is tell the story of Daisy and what happened to the rabbit, because that was kind of a cliffhanger of the first game. And for some time I actually thought maybe finding a reference in that game about what happens to the rabbit would be the missing trophy. It wasn't. Okay, Doc. It's all good. I'm here for therapy for no other reason than... Well, because I was told to. Already in the epilogue, wow. I played through this game already and it took me 2 streams. And now I'm already towards the end. And it wasn't even 4 hours. I mean, I'm skipping all of the dialogue, which certainly would take some time to read. But hey, we're making progress. So let's see what we can do here. I must be close now. I want to see this through to make sense to all. Okay, so really important, when you see an elephant, run. Oh, agony! You're back. Oh wait, right. In an area like this, always go back. See what I might have missed. Oh, great, you again. I don't even have my light bulb anymore. Okay, what do you want? I'm waiting for that elephant more than anything. I'm not signing any contract. No. No, no. No. I'm going to rip it in half. After Reason makes his slow entrance, that is. Yes. Reason and greed fighting. I think that happens quite a lot in people's heads. Wow. Oh, poor Greed is glitching out. No. Is it gonna be alright? Oh, you're free. Who the heck are you? What's happening? There was a guy. Inside of the guy. And not that way. Pervert. You chose. I did. Thank you. Welcome, ambition. Ambition? There's a fine line between greed and me. So, you are saying that you two are close? You made the right choice. But with that reason, I would have signed. Yes, that's why he is here, because you're a moron. You will need ambition once you're out. Out? I'm in prison? Was the little smile on your face? No, that was just a stray pixel. Okay, what now? I don't know which way I have to go. Not this, apparently. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, agony, you again. Okay, go back. Nothing here. Go forward. Wait, which way are we going? Because sometimes the game actually wants you to go back and forth, and sometimes you have to go one way or the other. Okay, this is a save point. So dark here. Okay, here we have the parents. I want to skip the dialogue because I already read through all of it, but I don't want to accidentally either make a wrong choice, even though I don't remember any choices in this game, or skipping something important. Okay, so this is a memory. As far as I know, once again a rather straightforward one. But we'll check just in case. I'm also not sure whose just in case is, but it would be a fun name. So I can't interact with the entrance door. All I can do is interact with that. Is pacing up and down important here? I'm not sure. So this is Price in his childhood. There's nothing there anymore. All the stuff is here in the kitchen. So first I can only examine the oven, and then only the hallway, and then I'm assuming the clock. Yeah, I can't even look out the window. Okay, and then the police officer should arrive as the police officer. Last time around I didn't want to open the door, but now I will. My parents have said I shouldn't open doors to strangers. Good point. I'll just be quiet. I'm being quiet. I can peek out and see who it is. The only problem with windows is if I see them, they can see me most of the time as well. Hey kid, don't be scared. Yeah, that's how it always starts. My name is John. Yeah, you know how many Johns are out there? I'm from the police. Don't believe you. Would you open the door, please? No, you're just being nice. Also, how did you you just disappeared from the window? Yeah, okay, I'm going to open it, but only because I know you're not lying. Because I already played this. Now this is interesting. Why was the elephant in the car? Because they were moving. That's alright. Run! You're not getting me this time. So they were moving, but Price hit the elephant. But now, we are certainly talking about the elephant in the room. No, 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 don't you even dare think about it. I haven't saved all throughout this playthrough. You're not getting me now. Ah, that was an exercise. Do you want to build up some running stamina? Work on your leg muscles? Just hire an elephant and make them really angry. The results are guaranteed. Or, if you fail, you won't be able to file any complaints. I think that's a win-win. Nah, let's see. The source of it all. What's this? I still don't know. I'm honestly still unsure what the heck this is supposed to be. But this is just a long cutscene, really. Why is everything glitching out? Am I playing Soma all of a sudden? Reason, what the hell is that thing? It's the source of everything in you. Please stop. Please speak plainly, so I can understand, okay? You must finally face it. The dark place inside you that's holding you prisoner. So there's a place inside of you, but it's holding you prisoner. So if you are the prisoner of something, then aren't you supposed to be inside of it? So there's a prison inside you, and you are inside the prison that is inside you? That's deep. And here you are, ready to do so. Yes, facing whatever this is. I'm still not sure about the wheel. I understand that his parents died in a car crash, and maybe that's why the wheel is a kind of symbolic thing here, but he didn't see it. Is it trauma? Yes. Oh, just like in Psychonauts. The source of all things in you. So everything in Price came from trauma. Ooh. I can't. It's too powerful. And what's even the point? Well, we have everyone here. We have ambition. We have loss, inspiration. He's not dead anymore. We have love. It's actually interesting how important love's presence in Hope's domain was. Because it showed some comfort to Price, something to look forward in his life. But she is perhaps the least present in the game, because Price has no partner or love interest. So that is rather interesting, how love is important, but it's not there for many people, including the protagonist in this game. And many others in real life, sadly. That is saddening. No comfort! I'll be there to comfort you. With more drinks? I don't want to die of liver failure. How can I live with this misery? Well, it's agony and not misery, but almost. Or more bottoms. That's different. That's different. That will probably not cause liver failure. A healthier option maybe. But I do love how Fear says my only aim is to keep you out of harm's way, which is true. Fear is there to protect you when it is reasonable. But when fears become irrational, they turn into phobias. That is the problem. That is when they cause trouble in your life. Okay, there we have forgiveness. You have the entire gang here. I have the letter that I couldn't use anywhere, so let's open the letter. And there's Charlie. Oh, Charlie's courage. I already said that I like how in Price's mind every emotion and trait is depicted as a person he knows or knew. And even though we don't know anything about Charlie, we can suspect that he was brave, or at least Price looked at him as someone brave, which is a rather interesting idea, and it's a good way to tell the story, even though not all of the characters are introduced as much. So for example, Charlie was introduced in this game. Mrs. Goodwin we know from the previous one. Love's character is really only mentioned most of the time, but there I think the concept is more important. Greed and ambition kind of seem like the stereotypical businessman, even though I don't think those are universal representations, more like because Price is in that work environment. Even though we can stand Larry Pokemon for being a businessman. Businessmans are businessmans, oh goodness. Wait, actually what is the plural of businessman? I think it would be businessman. They are dangerous. Especially if they have standards. But that is a reference to Resident Evil. So it's interesting how just by introducing the characters as traits, you already have an image about them. Now you can say that they are kind of two-dimensional characters because they really just represent that one thing, but I think that's the idea. Maybe Reason got the most screen time in a way. He was there in most of the dialogue and cutscenes, but I think that would show that first of all, Price is a rational person, and also the fact that even though he has an emotional side, he kind of buried it for many reasons, and that's why we have agony and fear and loss all playing a big part here. But with all of them, let's not forget, there is still hope. Sorry, I have to check if there's anything else. I'm here for the trophies after all. Okay, I will just stand on this side then. Okay. We have this cutscene. And then Hope appears. Which was an interesting twist in the story. I really assumed that Hope would be a character on its own, much like all the other ones. But apparently, no, because Hope was, well, a part of Price all along, but really maybe the idea is that we were playing as Hope? For you've been missed. Hope. What? We are all connected. We are now complete. Can you see it now? We're taught. We're his last hope. A journey in the blink of an eye. Please, hurry. No one else can stop him but you. It all depends on you. What do I need to do? You know what to do. So indeed we're not playing as Price. Just really thoughts inside of his head. Don't mind me, I'm just going the wrong way. Okay, I can go the wrong way. Yeah, Distraint 1 was a lot about the man spiraling out of control until rock bottom, and 2 is way more a battle inside his own mind, definitely. And I think it works very well, even though, as I mentioned, the gameplay changed a lot, the focus shifted, and the theme is still serious, but with a different tone. I'd say Distraint 2 makes no sense on its own without the first one though. That's true to a certain extent. There is a... maybe I shouldn't wait here, but why not? There is an introduction in the beginning, but again, you can do a quick recap in the beginning of a sequel, like when a series does that and has a 30-second in the previous episodes part. You can give the general idea and you can introduce the characters to a certain point, but I think if you play the prequels and you spend time with those characters, those moments will change how you experience the second game, because all the references you understand better, and also you have more of an emotional connection to those characters if they appear again. You understand what they represent, why they are there, and the entire story just flows smoothly. Maybe you should. Maybe it's a trophy. Yes. Let's just give up on Price. Sorry. I'm looking for a trophy. Okay, apparently we don't have a bad ending. Boop the nose. Great idea! Boop his nose! Don't pull the trigger, boop it! I'm here. There's so much to see. So open your eyes. Don't do it. I mean, open your eyes, but don't pull the trigger. Don't confuse the two. I couldn't do it. Really, Zeph? Really? Something changed. Yes, the interior decor of my room. There's a hole in it now. Oh shit, someone must have heard the shotgun. I mean, it's a shotgun. You know how bloody loud it is. Hey? Is everything alright? Did something blow up? No, I'm just hunting deer. Yes, in my apartment. That voice sounds familiar. Everything is okay. Now that is interesting, the voice sounding familiar. That's nice. Because that means that on a subconscious level, Price associated love with one of his neighbors? Now, was he aware of that or not is a good question, but that's interesting, because again, it's not a coincidence, since the entire game takes place in his mind. So everything we saw, he dreamt up that word for a reason. It's a bit like dreams, even though when it comes to dreams, it's a bit more difficult to figure out what part is important in a way, and what is just remnants of your experiences during the day. Yaoi? Where? I mean, what? Wow. Where did that come from? I'm coming in just to make sure, okay? Okay. Why do you have your door unlocked? Is that a thumbs up there? In that emoticon? To make it easy for the cleanup team, duh. Sure. I wasn't talking about the shadow. I was talking about the hand. It's a shadow, be careful. Yeah, shadows are scary. It's a horrifying emoticon. What did you... I was hunting deer. I was going to hunt deer, but something changed. I realized there is no deer inside my apartment. Hey, calm down, please. It's okay. My name is Jan. I just moved here a couple of days ago. Now that is interesting, however. Because if she only moved here a couple of days ago, that would mean... Yes, Bryce could have seen her, but then maybe... he really wasn't aware that he has a crush on her yet. He just liked her. My name is Casey. Really? I don't think Price went out that much. Fair enough. Nice to meet you, Casey. Now that is... interesting, because throughout the entire game and the previous game we know him as Price. You too, Jen. And thanks for checking on me. I'm sorry I'm such a mess. Don't worry about it. Do you want to talk about it? There's a good cafe nearby. Oh, coffee. Price is already in. That is if you like coffee. I love coffee. Alright then, let's go. Now with all due respect, this is still a bit of a fantasy here, because I don't think this would happen in real life. Or realize like he was in utter despair. Yes, that makes sense. That's why I said he might have seen her, but in all of his depression, he might have not noticed his feelings because they were buried under the misery. I prefer tea, but would drink coffee. I definitely prefer tea. Bubble tea. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, the appropriate response of Jen would not be go on a date with him, but call emergency responses and check further on him in the hospital if needed be. Well, I'm not necessarily sure if it's for physical problems, but overall this feels a bit unrealistic. And also, I played through the entire game and I didn't get anything. So apparently playing through the game without saving and without dying is not the way to go. And I only have 3 ideas based on this playthrough that I could try the next time. And actually a 4th. So the first one is in the childhood nightmare you entered the door right away. So you don't go around talking to fear, you just run out, which would make sense. The second one is to put the film in the wrong order while the lens is in the projector. I didn't try that. And enter the 649 code on the keypad in the nursing home before actually checking the curtains for it. The 4th thing is when we die, this was something that I thought about during my first playthrough, but because here I didn't want to die and I didn't save, I decided to not try it this time. When we fail, there are 2 doors. You actually get into a little area, a room, if you die, which is a fun little detail, I have to say. So one is the retry, and that's where I went. The other one is quit, I think, and that would mean you can just quit to the menu. So I could try that, but these are the 4 things that I can overall think of. Yay! Yeah, great. Which reminds me, I got a keychain gifted from the bubble tea store for being a regular. Oh, is it a bubble tea on a little keychain? I can look at the trophies of the Steam version if you want that though. Not yet. I think what I will do is I will try out these 4 ideas the next time around. It's a cat. Oh, that's adorable. A little kitty cat. So during my first playthrough, what I like to do is just experience the game and obviously try to do different things and mess around. Who knows, maybe I find something, and sometimes I fail and die and get a trophy for it. Now this was the second playthrough, and I mean this was much quicker. It was pretty much half the time of the first one. And here I tried the method I used in the first game and used all the combinations I could think of. And I don't think I missed anything. Then again, in the first game I missed the sign, even though I tried all the combinations I could think of. That was one I missed. But no, I made sure to write down my ideas. And in the next playthrough, what I will do is actually save. So if I get an idea or accidentally miss something on my list, then I can reload the save, try these ideas out, and hopefully get somewhere. Now if I don't get any trophies, or I don't get all of the trophies, then I think I will ask for some help from my viewers, so they can give a hint. Because you see, on PlayStation when it comes to hidden trophies, I don't know anything. The only thing I know is how rare they are. And because they are some 65%, I would think they are not that difficult. I mean, failing is 72%, getting 5 fish is 69, nice, and then 67 and 65 and 64 for the platinum. So they are not difficult to do, and that's one of the hints that I somewhat misregarded, because that would suggest to me at least that something like playing through the game without dying is not a trophy, since that could be a bit more difficult to do. But I think that's more of the case when it comes to the first game. This game is not really difficult to play through, and I think that is why actually failing is a trophy, since you always have time with the shadow to hide, and even during my first playthrough I could do that. Now, with the elephant, I was caught off guard the first time around, and I forgot that there was a run button, because I wasn't running that much. There's no other chase sequence in the entire game. But that's why I even got that trophy. So in this game, I wasn't sure if not saving or not dying would give a trophy. I mean, if dying gives one, maybe not dying could give another one. And the save is always a possibility, since it is a somewhat shorter game, especially now. You could have seen, if you don't read the dialogue, you can get much quicker, and I was still looking around, so if you speedrun the game, it's even shorter than this. But I decided when I started this playthrough, or early on, that I wouldn't save. And well, it didn't turn into a trophy, but it was worth a try. In the first game, I actually had the same idea, but I never did do it, I think, because I felt like it would be a bit extreme, and the other trophies all pointed towards the idea of using objects on interactable items, whereas here, as I explained, it's a different kind of trophy list. So I will have to try these 4 ideas, and if I can't figure out anything else and I don't get all the trophies, I will have to ask for some help. Maybe the name of the trophies, those could help. I mean, if you look at them, failure is the title of the trophy for dying, so that makes sense. And catch of the century, if you know the context that there is a fishing part of the game, that can lead you towards the right area, and the idea of catching maybe more fish, or maybe a really big fish, even though here it was the number and not the size, because sometimes it's not the size that matters, it's the number. Even though that in certain context might give the wrong idea. But yes, I think I will give this game some rest now, a week or so, and then we can return to it for another quick playthrough and figure out what we could do. Now here, I'm aware that this playthrough might have not been as exciting because the game is overall really limiting. In the first game, I had more items to work with, more things to interact with, and as I mentioned, some of them gave some fun reactions from prize, and it was interesting to find new combinations to try out. Here, in certain cases, there is pretty much one item you have and one thing you can interact with, and that's it. Or maybe I overlooked something. So it's a way more linear experience, and so that's one of the reasons why it's so tricky to figure out what these trophies are. But they are the rarest overall, I think, for a reason. But I will be back on Friday with Little Nightmares. We will revisit the second DLC because I missed 2 collectibles and I will find them before we can move on to the third one and final one of Little Nightmares, and I can hopefully get my 100% in the trophy progression since this game has no platinum. We already finished our Amnesia playthrough this Monday and got 2 trophies. Interestingly, once for dying. Yeah, we actually got one for dying. This is a reoccurring thing or something? But we also found all of the tinderboxes. We collected them all 151. We got them all. It's like Pokemon. This is like a horror version of Pokemon, but you're looking for tinderboxes. I do like it. And who knows what we will be doing next week? I certainly don't. But hey, maybe sooner or later we will be able to return to Oddworld if I reach 208 followers, with which we can help by letting your friends know that they should definitely follow my stream. Right? Definitely. I mean, we are not even close to that follower goal, let's be honest. But I did add one tiny feature to my streams, and that is a new redeem. And that is, I will give credit where credit is due. The new feature is that you can unlock some of my subscriber-only emoticons for a day by using your channel points. I actually made it 220 points because I do believe that is how many you can gather during an hour on average. And I actually got this idea while watching Urites streams, because he has this feature enabled, and originally I disabled it because I didn't much understood how it would make sense. But watching his stream and trying out this redeem, and just the idea of being able to unlock one emoticon for a day is a rather brilliant idea. So you don't have to subscribe to me, and still you can use one of my emoticons if the moment calls for it, if it is appropriate. So you can try that out if you'd like. And hey, it allows more people to use my emoticons, and as I said, I really like all of my emoticons. They are wonderful little pieces of art, and I actually will have one more emoticon, but I can't upload it because I don't have the emoticon slot for it. But hey, maybe one day, or maybe I will have to add it to another tier. Who knows? Maybe just switch an already existing one. But for today, I thank you for joining me on this somewhat uneventful stream. I hope you enjoyed it at least a bit. And now we can go and raid someone. I'm not sure who. Whom shall we raid? Now we have some Dead by Daylight streams here. Should we? Unless it's a nice way to just see people use the emotes and not locking them behind a paywall. That's why I have them cheap. Just use them, have fun. Yes, that's exactly the idea I got from your stream, and that's why I wanted to do the same. So thank you for the inspiration. And at the same time, I found the perfect person to raid, and that is DreadistVT, the brilliant artist who created my VTuber model. This lovely live 2D model was created by none other than DreadistVT. With the T animation included. So please say hello to Repo. Important, I actually asked them, it is Repo, not Repo like the game. Because pronunciation, I love butchering names, but not this time. So thank you for joining me for today. I hope you enjoyed it. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I hope we'll see each other again soon. But until then, have a great day, and as always, good night.